Well, hello there. Let's get started, shall we? Doing a little bit more reading here just a second ago. Just because I'm looking for more input on kind of how different ways to implement this, right? I still don't love that this is all in the character package, but without getting crazy with interfaces, that still kind of has to be the case, right? Um, that would, require us to rework this too, which I don't really want to do if I don't have to, but, just doing a little bit of looking here. And I was thinking about, so one of the examples we looked at yesterday was to use, to return a state from a state, right? That you could then swap out for. Um, so if we were to like stack the states on top of one another so that we could have states like blinded and etc., um, that might allow us to like rebuild that stack, because who else would know more about what states are allowed in my stack than the state we're implementing, right? um and we just have to write the code to translate or to traverse that stack. It'd kind of be like a linked list, right? So you just go through it. Anything that isn't relevant in that state you would then omit from the stack, right? um Not sure if that is a good plan or not. The other thing to think about is like enter and leave functions, right? And I think we kind of started roughing those in, or the concept of them. Yeah, we have an enter. Um, so that's a little bit tricky as to how that would interact, right? I guess that could handle the logic of rebuilding. We would have to we'd have to like encode some kind of thing into it to where, or I guess that could just live in enter and exit. Um, we could do like a whitelisty kind of deal where it says, "Hey, these states are the ones that are allowed to be in this stack." And then things like, dead as a state would need to know, or I guess they would know. We just tell them how. The fact of the matter is that they are like the rightmost state, right? They have to be the base. And that would kind of solve some questions, right? And then the ultimate result, like in here, instead of returning true and dead, we would exit the alive state and then enter the dead state. We'd want to have exits probably. That kind of feels like the best way. And then we ultimately just, like, in here, this, instead of being false nil, is we call the parents handle event, or the next state's handle event, right? And I kind of think that's what I want to do, but I'm not sure. And I'm not sure, if you're looking at this one here, I'm not sure if they're using states only for, like, running and jumping and stuff like that, because it's just easier to think about, or if because trying to implement them for being dead and stuff like that is silly. So that's an interesting thought. Substates. This is C# here. So they want to do, let's not have a what? Substate of type the. Okay. Adding substates and transitions, load substate. Seems very, very complicated. So what they're saying here, this is the state, and these are substates. Which I get. When exit methods are called from the bottom up, starting with the lowest current substate. So they load them. They have a constructor type deal. They load them up. They add transitions, triggers. On the update state machine. It's going to be in this code. We'd have to go look at the whole thing. Get key down, move state, send trigger. So that's this guy. I'm not sure about this substate business. It seems... Because what if a state is valid for more than one, or a substate is valid for more than one state, right? So that's a little bit tricky, and kind of leads me back towards my thoughts of the stack. What are we talking about here? This version of a Go state machine. Type out of a function, assign a function to a variable. Caller calls call A. Calls A, which calls B. Makes sense. This looks like Go. Should be Go. State runner. I don't think this is anything like what I want. Go back to our, whoop, that's me. Go back to our lovely Rob Nystrom book here. Let's see here. He had delegate to the state. State update. We don't need to do update. That's going to be taken care of already. But create a state object when we transition to it. All right, this is static versus dynamic. Goal of the internet. State params encapsulate all the behavior and data for one state in a single class, which will be a single struct. Not really a class in Go. Each state to control its own graphics, entry action, right? And here they're doing movement again, but we're doing a little different. We're doing, you know, the actual state. Hey, Black Guy, how's it going? Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm just looking, you know, trying to figure out how I want to do this in the sanest way that I know how. And I really think that it's going to wind up being a stack of state objects. And then each state will just need to know what it should be doing for something like that, right? What am I trying to do? Implement a state machine for the character state for being alive and dead and blinded and, you know, all those fun things. So here, when they're doing two different states, this is, seems you really like to do that. Do what? So in this case, they just call them in order. She has two state machines on the heroine object. Two sets of states are mostly unrelated. This works well, but find a few cases where states do interact. She can't fire while jumping, can't do a dive attack, she's armed. Photo for one state, you'll probably just do some crude if tests on the other machine's state to coordinate them. That's not the most elegant solution, but it gets the job done, right? Build the machine states for alive or dead. I mean, that's gamey stuff, right? You have to. Otherwise, you end up with the exact problem he talks about here, where you have to if check everything and it becomes hard to maintain. And because we didn't finish it yesterday, that just means it's today's project. Until we get to something that is functional, right? We're just kind of noodling around and figuring out what we want to try first. Where was I? I was down here. Standing, walking, running, sliding. Any of those pressing B jumps, press down, ducks. Yes. So this is kind of like what we have where some states have bearing on other states, right? Or we can imagine that they probably will. But that once and reuse it. So in this case, they just extend. Have a superstate making itself a substate. If the substate doesn't handle it, it rolls up the chain of superstates. Works just like overriding inherited methods, right? So each substate inherits it. Let's build those map state struct. I don't know if I want to do a map. Didn't handle input, so walk up the hierarchy. This to me seems like probably what I want. And I don't think we need this if push a new state onto the stack. Well, I guess that's kind of what we would do if we had. Would save the if statements. Trying to understand what you're trying to say. Push it onto the stack. Firing animation is done. We pop that state off. Push down automation. Automaton automatically transitions us right back to the state we were in before. Ah, okay, I see. So he's saying that you would need to know, in this case, what state you were in. Which maybe we can do that. That would still be in the stack of states sort of realm, right? Which we'd have to do to make this Go compatible. But if we have a previous state, we can just store a pointer and we can still return that, right? So if we come in here, we have this, let's check this idea. I don't want that. We need to essentially build these. And those won't be always the next states anyway. In order to get the pointer to the state, I didn't really watch yesterday. Sometime I just let stream on for makes this work. Cool. Yeah. No, it's lurking. I was always welcome. How would you tell where in the stack a state would be without traversing? I mean, yes, you would have to traverse. So you would end up needing to put into the state whether or not it has a parent state or a next state. Not next state, but probably a parent state would make more sense. And if you don't handle it, so like here, in case of apply damage, because we're in the live, we know how to apply damage, but the default wouldn't be to return false. It would be to call parent state handle event, right? And so that would get called until something happened or until nothing happened, and then we just bubble up the false. Recursively? Yes. Like, these shouldn't be massively long. We're looking for flexibility, not like the ability to stack 1,000 states, right? We're just trying to avoid, because we can't do inheritance in Go, we're trying to avoid having every single thing need to know, have the interface have to say, well, here's my apply damage, here's my skill check, here's all this, right? That puts all of the handling logic into each state itself. So next state would have to go away. But if these guys are all in the same package, then that's fine, right? They just need to be able to create a new. So this would stay more or less the same, except for this would come out. This would be more like handled. And if there is... If we didn't handle it and the next state is nil, we need to do this. Which I'm fine with. We don't, this would be C. Let's make this a debug, and we'll say this, and then we do that. We'll actually say dropping unhandled in return. Dumb idea, huge map with all states that point to the key of child states. That doesn't really solve anything. It just makes a mess, right? Would you need to walk up the tree? It wouldn't really be a tree. It'd just be a list. And I don't know what you mean by walk up the tree in this case. Like, you'd need to go... So if the last state added to the list would evaluate first, and then if it doesn't handle that, it would go to the next state. So, like, the example that's easy to think about is, like, say you had just your normal alive state, right? And then you add, let's say, the paralyzed state. So if your event is to move the character, paralyzed state comes in and says, I handle this event, and my answer to you is no, I'm not allowed to do that. Right? Let's say immediately after that, same conditions, the apply damage event comes into the state machine. The paralyzed state doesn't handle that, so it gets passed up to the general alive state, which does, so it applies damage. And that gets returned back. That's the image in my head that is being constructed. Whether or not this is a good plan, I don't know. So it would look like that. Otherwise, if it's handled and the next state is not nil, then we need to... I see, you'd have no reason to revisit a parent state once you get the child because the action has been performed. Yes, but I'm thinking about it kind of flipped, right? Like, technically, yes, they would be a child object, but think of it more like a linked list, where it's less of a parent-child relationship and it's more of a next link in the chain, right? Except for it doesn't need to be doubly linked because we don't need to come back up. It just gets handed back. The response does. I was thinking about things like timers, right? For like an example like that. If you wanted to put a timer on that. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. There's probably a way that we can have the character, when it does its evaluations for the other status effects, we can probably have it evaluate the state machine. which can just have like an update function that gets called, and then it should know. And then we get the what he was calling a push down automata. We get that kind of for free because in this case, Paralyzed knows what the next link is, and it just whoop, we can pop it up there. Same for like a state with a duration. Like we need to have a helper that supports of like applying a state that has a duration. So that would just get added to the chain. And that's only for things that are a state as opposed to just like a dot or something. Those aren't states. Those are just effects. So if it's handled and the next state is not nil, we need to we haven't defined. This probably needs to take a character just in case there's anything we need to do on an exit. And then this is next state enter, and then m.state equals next state. So as long as next state comes back with a correctly built chain, and who would know better what is allowed than the state that's being entered, right? That's the thought. And then we return the only other case is if it's handled and the next state is nil, in which case we can just return, just fall through, it's fine. This is actually not even needed there. Is there any reason that we want to add like logging or anything? Maybe. Maybe. Hey, Misha, how's it going? Maybe we do want to do that. We can say we need new lines on these. This is we need to say that a state also needs a name that we can get out of it. Oh my gosh. Why is that? State is a state. It's all right. How's my project going? I mean, it's all right. That's just got to be an editor weirdness, right? We just told it about name. Is it because nothing implements you yet, maybe? State is a state. Oh, that's why. Duh. And then this is actually. Do we want to do this here? Or do we want to do this within the state itself? Because we have access to the character. Let's do it in the state itself. But then we have to remember to do it in all the states. Crap. We'll do it here. This is next state name. And then this but that. Probably also want to we could return the character ID in these, but that sucks. I don't want to do that. But it's probably like the most sane answer at the same time. Let's do that. This goes back to format. And then this one. Oh, State Machines finally. Hi, Pluck. How's it going? I was thinking about how excited you were about my not really a State Machine the other day. How you been? How's things? How's all the everything? How's the guitar? We do that. These guys will need constructors, right? We're probably going to want these to be pointers, though. No, I don't think it'll matter. So you have a name. That's probably fine to export. Leave my strings alone. We're not going to have a next state. in that way. We will have a next state in the sense that it is a state. But we do want this to be a pointer. That way we can just nil check it. Which means that I think this all needs to be pointers. Otherwise we'll end up mixing, because handled event needs to be a pointer so that we preserve what the next state is, right? Guitar progressing, spent a week in Madrid, Grand Prix of Spain 2025. Awesome. That's very exciting for those that like that kind of thing. This, we just return our name. Right now, we just return. We'll keep you as C. We already logged that outside, so we don't need that. For now, we just return all these. Exit and enter. We're going to put up here just for visual organization. Kind of think about how we want to do this. How would you handle multiple actions in parallel on multiple machines? They don't happen in parallel. That's why the main game loop is serializing things that are synchronous, right? And then we don't handle anything here just yet. So what we actually need to do is say if this is not nil, why? Oh, that's because this is an interface. Crap. That's still fine, I think. Somehow this looks inside out? What do you mean? Otherwise, we just return false and nil. Current state and input, next state. Current state input, arrow, next state. You saying it's supposed to return the next state? Find a table of those three values and have a resolver to execute it. I mean, I could, but we want to be able to do hierarchical state, right, without the ability to do inheritance. Define a table per entity class. Table per entity class. So that would translate to a table in each of these structs. The current state will always be this state if we're executing inside of this state. Input. Add another value to hold a callback. If you need to do something on transition. So the state, each of these states, the idea here is that they're able to act on the character. Because it's a character state machine, right? So, for instance, Alive knows how to apply damage. We need to fix this up, but that's fine. And we can actually do some of that real easy. So it knows how to apply damage. But in this case, we need to also tell it, hey, my new state should be dead, right? But in the case of dead, applying damage isn't valid. So it's just going to return false and nil, right? There's no new state for applying damage if you're dead. The idea here is that you can stack these. So like if we had, for instance, paralyzed, Alive should know how to also handle move, right? Which means it's going to fire off a move event. If you stack paralyzed in front of Alive, because you're both, then paralyzed will come in and say it knows how to handle move, and then it returns an error message, right? It's a text output that says, hey, you can't move, you're paralyzed, right? Let's say. And then something else comes in that says apply damage. Paralyzed says, well, I don't know how to apply damage, but my next state is alive, so I just return that. So it just recursively goes down the stack of states until either something handles it or there was nothing that no state handles this event and we log and drop it, right? Our mental models could be so different that my advice is not applicable anymore. Well, my mental model could be flawed too, right? I'm going based on Bob Nystrom's advice here. He's doing for movement, but we're kind of applying his ideas to a degree because he knows things. Hello world, the Deep State sponsored pigeon outside my window told me that Mongoose Studios has actually 7 clones streaming once each day. Your scheduling is Nobel worthy. How's it going? I only stream 4 days a week. That's not awful, but I appreciate it. And in it goes. We're just kind of noodling our way through, trying to prove out if this idea is complete and utter foolishness or not. Little exploration, you know. Just game dev things. I sense an influence of the writing and interpreter with recursive descent parser. Well, Bob Nystrom does have a book about writing languages. I'm pretty sure he's involved with like Dart, I think. Let's see, was it here that led to his page? Yeah, this guy. He's got a blog. Crafting Interpreters is his book. I thought he... thought he was involved with Dart. That's not the right guy. Let's see here if we can find... Now I'm curious. I guess he's over here now. Okay, okay. Yeah. I guess he's on Mastodon now. Programming language developer working on Dart. Yeah. So he worked at EA, game programming patterns and crafting interpreters. He's into all those things. He has a lot of interesting ideas. That's what I know him as. The guy with the cool ideas. Operation of a multiplication over two state machines was always scary for me. I mean, all of this is scary in the sense that I've never really had to do it before. Like, it's very much a game devy sort of solution and problem. So that's why we're kind of taking the advice of somebody who purports to know some things and trying to prove it out, right? Let's put these back, actually. Wait, no. We do still need this to be pointers. Because we're going to be putting information inside this instance of each thing. So that's important. And then this is... we're going to need to do a new dead state here. And if we're going to do pointers, this also should just return a pointer. Like so. This is exit, and right now doesn't need to do anything. This just needs to return name. We only have next state right now. It's that. This goes in here. That, like so. Otherwise, return false nil. The third vision would be the best. Oh, third version, yes. That is always the case, right? When I was researching the nomad life, I did a lot of reading, you know, knowing that it's a foolish question to ask, what's the best of anything, right? I have to say, for a person that uses a mouse, you actually know a lot of shortcuts for jumping around in code. I mostly use arrow keys for that. But knowing that it was a foolish question to ask, what is the best anything, right? I still Googled that question, searched that question, just to get like inputs to try to refine the question. And I saw somebody in a forum from, I don't know, 10 years ago. They had the best answer. It was, in my experience, usually the second one you buy. That's already a lot for the average mouse user. I mean, is it though? So there's that. That's kind of a rough-in idea. In order to prove this out, we need some other machinery, but let's actually finish this a little bit up first. So we don't need this log anymore. enter for this doesn't actually need to do anything, right? This is here to satisfy the interface. Exit for this, and this is where we get to, oh, we need a new alive too. And that'll complain a little bit. That's fine. Export the type. That's fine. Fill the fields. Name is alive. Next state is nil in this case as well. Just because that is just like a holder, placeholder, right? What is the event that triggers, and how do we trigger leaving the state is the question now. Because the next state being the state you should transition to, right? I guess we would just have to have some kind of event for that, some kind of event type. I've decided to take a break from programming for a while, so pushing my Vim elitism on the innocent people is my only way to stay in touch with the tech scene for now. What have you were in school, right? So does that mean you're no longer in school? What? Not to pry, but like any interesting updates you'd like to share? Can't you see he's a NeoVim expert? Okay, so we need like some kind of just like an event type that is to change the state manually, because the state machine won't know for sure when that's supposed to happen, because we don't know how we handle death yet. And maybe when we refine that a little bit, we'll know. And I'm considering the corpse run, considering the like the underworld sort of thing where you got to get out. I'm also considering like we move you to a respawn location and just let you pick up from there, right? In which case, dead would become easy, because the enter is that we move you and then we exit the state whenever that is completed. Well, I say easy, but like there's probably a couple interesting edge casey sort of details there. What we're gonna have to do here is like scaffold this in at a basic level, and then we're gonna have to detour to, we need admin tool type things in order to help test this, because right now we have no way to take an actual character. Like, we can unit test it, we can like integration test it, but we have no way to take a character in the game world and then apply damage to them and then exercise the machinery. So I don't think we need a new state machine. Actually, we do, because we need to know what the starting state is. Which is a state. And then your state is pointer to the starting state. No? Ah, right. I guess that doesn't matter yet at this stage. Because it won't have any data stored in it. Or will it? Nothing will be modified. So it should be fine at this point. I don't like how awkward it is to work with pointers and interfaces. Okay. So, the exit for Alive. And actually, I'm just thinking about it's probably fine for now. Well, in university, there isn't even that much programming. I have basically done 90% of my project, done with it, 2 months to go, so I just decided to protect my brain a bit more. Gotcha. I had to do some Vim tasks every day now instead of LeetCode so I don't get rusty. Gotcha. Are you in my Discord? Or do you follow me on YouTube? So, this, when we initialize you, this gets called over here in Character Manager. We give you your details. Eventually, this will get the state that gets stored. For now, I looked up stream on YouTube from you because there's an audio issue once. Since then, you're about 70% times on my For You page. So that probably counts as a follow-up at this point. Gotcha. So you've seen my Golang tutorial that's going up, right? Can I interest you in some Golang? Just a little bit? We can play servers. Let's see here. This should come from the database somehow so that state is preserved. For now, just start a machine. New state machine. New alive state. Like that. And then, okay, so that'll tie this up so that it actually gets created. These stay. When did I have an audio issue on Twitch? The day that I muted myself and hid my camera to shove a sandwich in my face? This okay, so states also need to know um if they I have no hard and fast rule. I I value keeping things that go together, right? So a good example, what is a good example? Well, like character here, this is all in the same package, right? There really wasn't a good compelling reason to break them out into separate packages. Although character maybe should be versus character manager. We'll see. But the character manager has things like attributes and skills because it is the arbiter of what is valid there, right? It also has the character list, it has itself, all that. Character in the character file has the character struct, it has the methods that mostly hang off of that character struct. Same with here, things that are directly tied to the manager. And then, state machine also in the same package because we're going to be operating on the character and we'd get circular imports if they weren't in the same package. The different states, I'm putting them into separate files, even though it's the same package, because these encapsulate the behavior of a single state. You could put them all in the same file, but like, why, right? It's easier to reason about if everything that goes with dead lives in the dead file. One time your microphone was very sensitive, picked up everything in the background. Ah, gotcha. You have a couple of styling disruptions, however. I see. Like, I don't value any sort of rule on your files must be this size, your lines, line count for a function should be this. Like, I don't see any value in that. I see value in, like, your function should be as short as possible and do one thing if possible, right? That's a good kind of rule of thumb, but it's not a hard and fast rule either, right? I don't believe in the rules that everyone wants to push. I believe in thinking about them and considering their utility and applying what makes sense about them. But nobody has yet been able to give me a single good rule that should apply everywhere. Like, even line length, like, I try to keep it within whatever that is because it makes my life easier. But if something is just a tiny bit longer, and it makes it harder to read to put it below, then I just ignore it. It's fine. It'll live. We'll survive. Okay, so the dead interstate. Dead doesn't handle anything right now, and maybe that's the correct answer. When I told my professor that I told him I would use Golang, I told him that I do not believe that he should apply the same clean code rules he uses for other people to me, as it's way harder in Golang. My grammar's really going hard again today. I mean, that happens. So dead doesn't handle anything, and I'm okay with that for now. Like, as a rough idea. State, we have apply damage. We're gonna omit doing anything with cansto for right now. This is utterly useless now. Look, we'll tackle that here in a second. Cansto is fine for now. Skill checks. We need a type for. Skill check. And then this used to do that, which is fine. And I almost think I want to pull these out. This all can live here. This logic can still live here. And we probably want to make sure that we do get an int here, and we can type assert it correctly. This might not be the correct answer here because yeah, in fact, it won't be. What we're going to do instead well, actually, hang on. Because we don't have a way to do anything meaningful here. We don't return an error, and maybe we should. But then we have 3 parameters coming back, which gets kind of messy. Could do that. Does that make sense? Oh, apparently Twitch fell over too. That's fun. It was perfect yesterday. Super annoying. None of that matters right now? Okay. Because I need to update my interface. I think this is probably the correct answer. We log the error. Error handling event type. Event type string error. And then you also need to Do that. Okay, so we handled the damage. If it was okay. And then this is... that. And then if our HP, because we modified the character, if our HP is 0, we return that. Otherwise, we're done. It's just true. Nothing's happened. This will need to figure out a little bit. I don't think that the alive exit needs to do anything just yet. The thing I want to think about, though, is like for dead, when we enter, we need to think about what other states that can be applied should be valid and vice versa, right? And I don't think, because we just return a new dead state, which is fine, but we would need like a list of states that are persistent, and then we would need to go through them and build a new chain with dead at our root, which is fine. We would just need to account for that. But maybe we should push that decision off until we have one. Skill check. Right now, dead handles nothing. That's fine. We can continue with this stuff. Skill check. We can put in here. Not a null. We don't have nulls inside of here. Let's think here. How do we get this information back out? We would have to put our data somewhere, right? That would mean that handle event needs to return things in some cases. Could just use reuse event. Because this is one of the most important things, right? Where we need to be able to handle all of these things that happen and get a response out. It seems silly to spin up a channel for this. Could return the event we got. An event could have like a result. Or we could wrap event. Or a yeah, it could be event. Into like a result struct, right? That had the event that kicked it off, the result, whether or not it was handled. Instead of returning 3 things, we could return that struct in the state, or just that struct if state went in there. And that would allow us to know at this level whether or not it was handled right, and then we could fire off like a message that says, hey, invalid command or whatever. I don't know if there's value in that though, because we log it for ourselves, because there's not really anything a user can do about an unhandled event. It should be at a, well, I guess, you know, if you're trying to attack a corpse, somebody that's dead, right, the state will be, you can't do that. Are you going to monetize the engine once you built it? I don't know. That has been a question on my mind for a great deal of time. Because, like, what's the, like, the what's the market for this, right? Very small. Very, very, very small. But it is also a ton of work. I mean, it's fun, but it's also a ton of work, right? So, hard to say. I would also like to be able to do this full time and like pay my bills. That would be really rad. Which is also another kind of, you know, input into the equation of how do I want to do stuff. But it's kind of a moot point until it's in a state where somebody might conceivably pay for it anyway. So I've just been kicking that decision down the road. Yeah, I think I want to return a result. And we could do that, and we could say just error um handled error. I don't think I want to put state in here. So I don't think that has any meaning outside of the state machine. But we do need a result. We can just be an interface, and we can figure out, we can check what we expect to get back. But I guess, if nothing is handled, then we can like do a generic, you can't do that right now sort of thing. Worried about these things getting out of sync to where three usages, two in test. Now is a good time to streamline these. I don't think that returning the base and the modified is useful here. Because I think if you're interested in the base and the modified discretely, you're going to be more curious about, in at least half the cases, like what is the modifiers, where are they coming from. But I think also this doesn't need to go into state. Anything modifying these should live in effects. These go into state. Because if you're dead, most things shouldn't be applicable. Same with this. Yeah, okay. And then result just kind of becomes optional. We can export that. That's fine. If we're going to do that, we should Actually, this is sort of a holdover from when this was, we were thinking we could put this into a sub package. Just 1 second here, we'll return nil. Oh, right. Turn an empty one for now, just so it compiles. This doesn't need to be exported either. I don't think. Everything should, all of this should live within the character package and not be available outside of it. Don't mess with the strings, do everything else. Event type. For now, we'll pull it in. We might have to export that one, I'm not sure. That for now as well. Oh, right, crap. That's fine. Do it anyway. Don't mess with my strings. This will be state name. All of you, come inside. There we go. Okay, so. Oops. What am I still? What are you mad about? Missing return statement. Fix it in a second. We can just get rid of that, is what we can do. Okay. So we need to kind of tweak this to return that. But here's what was going to happen. I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and get some beverage because I forgot to, and I'm thirsty. So I'll be right back. There we go. Much better. Okay, so let me get this out of there. That. There we go. Okay. We fix that up. We need this to return, instead of all this, this returns result instead now. That result is that. This is E. Handle is false. Error is nil. Result is nil. Perfect. Here, this is E. This should actually be true because it was handled. Error is that. Result is nil still. In this case, I forgot. This also needs to return a state. Like that. And if we're going to do that, it'll be clearer. Like so. Same here. Like that. This is E. That's true. That's both nil. Result in that. We can clean this up a little bit, but that. That is full still. That's nil-nil. So in this case, we can declare you up here. Trigger event is that. Like so. That makes this redundant. What instead we do is we say your handle is true. Get rid of that line. Is that. Then that's still good. Same here. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Because up here, actually, we can set that there. That's all good. We can just return you. Don't need to do anything there. Otherwise, what is the case? It's not needed. That's just leftover. Right? If we're not okay, we return that. Otherwise, we handle it. If you're dead, we return that. Yeah, we do need this. Because we've already said you're handled. There's no output. There's no next state. It's just done. Okay. Default is that. Otherwise, that. And then here, just return an int here. So what we can do, skill check. Put this in here real quick. This should still not happen. If it does, we do that, turn 0. No. That. This is just ID. Actually, that would be more expressive, easier to remember, understand. This should be debug. Because that should be a valid way to do this, right? Okay, that's fine. Weird that it did. Oh, because it's a log, right? Okay. Roll nil. That should be modified score. Okay, so here we do handle skill check character. Here we need to do that. Yeah. Not okay. This is handled is true here. that this needs to be int that actually that make it easier to spot. Can't do that. Sure, do that. Make very sure that you that's redundant, but it just helps for visual. It's fine. Handle skill check is that here that make sure that errors that yeah okay. Otherwise, we do this and we say skill ID errors not in the equal to nil. Error performing skill check. That otherwise is that no state in this one. We don't have this stuff wired up just yet either, but that's okay. And then over here, we need to... This is fine. This has no result that comes back. This... not error. X state. This is not nil. We return it, or we log it rather. Return the results. That. Turn it. And that. And that pushes all of the state decisions really into the handlers, which I think is the correct answer. I believe that's what we want to do. Skill check. We need to put you... Fill the fields. Skill check. skill ID is the data. And then we do handle event, give it ourselves, and the skill event this doesn't return an error. We log the errors. We want to do that. Log the errors. We just basically want to do a default value here if it's not good. Otherwise, do I want to? I think I want to rename this to data as well, but we'll do that here in a second. We'll say invalid data for data type or skill check got wanted. We'll do the same thing here. I need to do character ID. There we go. And also return 0 in that case. If everything is good, which hopefully it always is, that. Again, this is only used in that, in tests, which we're going to break, but that's fine. We'll refactor those. I don't think there's value in returning the Boolean here, especially if we don't do it for a skill check. This we should do that. What music do you listen to? I feel like you're a rock/death metal person. I'm kind of everywhere. Right now, I'm listening to Cake, The Distance. That's what's up in the playlist. In the queue, let's see here. What does Spotify say? Doesn't show me the past songs very well. But up next is a Smart Shuffle recommendation of Moore Street Girls by the Elders, which I believe are like a Celtic band. After that, it's Massive Ego, Mark Gunn, Miracle of Sound, Avicii. I'm all over. But rock and death metal is kind of a maybe. I like a lot of metal, but I don't like exclusively death metal vocals. I prefer clean vocals. So things like what's a good example? Like Sabaton. I don't think they're really death metal, but like I enjoy a lot of Sabaton. Um I do listen to Amon Amarth, and that's probably as death metally as I go. But um I'm trying to think of things like trying to think of examples of things that people have sent me that I don't like because the vocals are just screamy. Not even screamy, but just like, growly muddy vocals. And I'm drawing a blank, but hopefully that gives you an idea. You don't like people screaming like they're demonically possessed? It's not that. I like I like a singer that can sing. I guess is kind of what it boils down to, right? Um which, Amon Amarth leans pretty heavily into just the growl, but they get a pass for having concept. I really like concept albums, right? So they get a pass for doing a lot of concept songs at the very least. Um this will return. We're going to change this. It's only going to return an int. We'll have to instrument this for it, but that's fine. We can pull most of this into the state machine. The turns base value of the attribute plus modifiers if all active modifiers added if valid. Nah, we'll just leave it in this. Attribute name is invalid, it will return 0. That's what we'll do. And we'll make this look more like that. I like the wording better. Well, actually, that's not true. Yeah, if the skill is invalid, we'll return it will return base value. Well, we won't know the base. Double check. Skills invalid will return the result of the roll only. In case of an error, we'll return 0. Actually, I should just say return 0 in case of an error. Or of error. There we go. This base value attribute while active modifier is added. If the attribute name is invalid, it will return 0. Or there is an error, it will return 0. And then in state, attribute check like so. Because this is just for raw value. It's not randomized. That needs to go into alive. Same type of return. That no, or rather ID is not a valid attribute. We'll do our why did I do V up there? I should have done S up there. Vector S does not have attribute with ID blah. That's like so. Otherwise, we do that, calculate status effect. Which does take an ID. Modifier ID. Because it's value to modify it. That's just a bad name. It's fine for now. This should actually be yeah, we'll leave it. It's kind of a bad name. It's the modifier. It's a value to modify ID. It's fine. We'll leave it. And then we return modified value nil here. What's going on over here? Don't need that. Need that. All right, there we go. So up here, we can do attribute check. That's handled. that. We do the same thing here. That's all the same error. C, and this is attribute ID. We'll do the same thing here. Error forming attribute check. Send that back. And then otherwise everything's good. That's, oops. Check result. Res and nil. That's all fine. We just need to tie you in. We'll copy ourselves here. You are, though, attribute check, ID. We could rename you. Just to be clear with ourselves. I didn't copy that. This is attributes. Like so. That pulls these in. Leave that in for now. This to do, we need to run this through. No. This needs a target. Run it through Terra Manager to make sure we can actually look at that character. I think. We have to figure out how we want to do this one. Basically, this should issue a look event to the target character who will handle. So actually, maybe it doesn't need a target. We'll kick that can down the road just a little bit. So thinking about like, when can you not look at someone, right? So I guess if you're dead and you're like, if we're doing a corpse run type thing, that would make sense. If you're not in the same room, you can't look at them. But that would be something that gets handled in the alive state. We might need to pull the coordinates and map location into the character as well. We'll have to kind of kick that one down the road because there's too many unknowns for it. We can do skill score though. That's going to look a lot like. Is this an attribute check or is this a? This should just be an attribute because an attribute check implies. Because a skill check is a roll, an attribute check would have to be a roll as well. Which skill check kind of does already, but just for visual clarity in our brains. Get skill. And they're different because we need to know what we're looking for. Although we could do is inside of here, make them the same. Until such time as we need to break them apart. We would just check one and then the other. Does that make sense? We could get rid of this. Oops. The property value. No, I think we... just get attribute. They look similar, but it just seems silly to try to shove them into one when we can just do... we can do that. This becomes skills. Skill. This should be the same call because these guys just go through the applied statuses and looks for value to modify, so that's fine. And then this all looks mostly the same, except we do that. Skill ID. That. Not that. Skill value check. For these, actually, hang on. Because we do that. Yeah, that's fine. They don't need it here. Perfect. As we add the context up above. Then we return check result. Result and nil. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. And then that's all done. Gosh, 2 follows. I doubly appreciate that. Does Go code always have that much not equals nil? Yes. I've been starting to try some Go myself, and I feel like I'm doing something wrong. That's very, very common at start. There was actually just a blog post about it where they were trying to reevaluate it, and they decided that nobody could agree, and it was just going to stay. Let me see if I can find that really quick. A lot of the time, so like anything where you're interacting with another system and it's meaningful to return an error, it's just going to have a lot of error checking. But that's the old one. Things where that there's no meaningful way to return an error. If you're only interacting within your own code, then like you get to decide that you don't return an error, and therefore you don't have to error check it. But it is as it be. Here we go. So they walk through a bunch of the things that they tried. No attempt so far has gained sufficient traction. For the foreseeable future, they're just going to stop pursuing that changes. And I'll link this in both chats for anybody who wants to go read the whole thing. But it kind of like the argument for and against it argument for changing and against the existing system is exactly what you're talking about, where it feels weird and it adds a lot of overhead at first, but as you write a bunch more go, it just kind of disappears, and you're just like, error check, cool, done, right? But yeah, I felt the exact same way at first. I was like, this feels like too much and it's too repetitive, but it just is. And then we return our asserted result. We were looking for skill score. Guess it's better than mystery errors? Yes. And a lot of the time, what you'll find is that you want to add the extra context to your error because it makes things really, really clear if you're diligent about it, what's happening, right? So in these cases, I was just looking at, okay, we don't tell you, like we tell you what the nature of the error is, but we don't tell you where it came from. So that's why I was up here looking and I said, okay, so if my error inside of the result object is not nil, I'm basically just following, the error interface pattern here, but I put it inside of a struct. But then I do the same thing where I say, okay, well, my character, I'm going to log this error. It's going to live in there too, but I'll add the context of what character. Which actually, yeah, we don't do anything with the actual type other than here. We just log it for ourselves because it's not really meaningful to return an error in this case. We return 0. Things will be a little bit weird. And I might regret that decision, but, we can always just come back and change it. We were doing skill score, so we do the same thing here, basically. This... skill, okay, so we do, this should be skill, okay. Oh, we forgot to add the base. Yes, okay. We do need to pull this over as well. So that if we have a base attribute in this skill, then we add it. Perfect, okay. And then we'll rewrite this. Turns. And you don't do, yeah. Value of the skill with the attribute value and all active modifiers added. Let's take base out of there because it's a little bit confusing. And then if the skill name is invalid, it will return 0. This is, or there is an error, it will return 0. And then we do, just borrow from ourselves here. This is going to only return an int. We'll rename this to skill ID. Skill ID. Why didn't I didn't rename you. You are a skill event, that's fine. Skill ID. Don't need any of this anymore. That's all been pushed in. We basically want this code set for its handle event and its skill event. Like so. And then validate type for skill check, we return 0, otherwise we return the asserted results. Okay. And then uh oh. Get skill score. Ooh, that needs to go. That got moved in. Right. This needs to be. We can do this. We don't need to issue another state for this. We're already in a state where we can perform this. This is just handle skill check. Or no, sorry. Didn't handle skill check. This is skill value check. Which this is now an error. We log we don't necessarily know that to be the case though anymore. I've been coding since 10 a.m., now 10 p.m. today. I think I'm going to get an early nap today. Thanks for keeping me company. I'll let you, your other clones know you were great. Fantastic. Well, thank you for the lurk. I hope you were productive and got some cool stuff done. And maybe we'll catch you tomorrow. A pleasure as always. So in this case, we've raised the error, or we've returned the error here. What we would need is probably a sentinel error. But if we did that, we'd have to like do a type instead of just a plain easy one. And that I hate the ergonomics around those. This can just be log debug, and probably shouldn't be debug. Well, it probably should be, because there you might very often call a skill check where you don't have that skill. And I guess we already raised the or no, we don't raise. We just return. This could be a warning. Error getting skill value. The fly in here keeps landing on me. Character S, error getting skill value. The error. Yeah, we'll leave that out. Raw roll being used. This is character ID. This is skill ID. Yeah. Because it's not an error, it is kind of a warning. But then we return the roll. Otherwise, we return the modified score. Except for that's not correct. Should be that. Because this just gets my value back. Okay. Now that I'm done being derailed by that, let's tidy those up. Status effects. I think all three of those are still valid use cases, so let's just go ahead and bang them out real quick. Because remove just removes them completely. Decrement just removes one of the stacks, and then if it should be removed, it removes it, right? But it's a different sort of a use case. And then apply just applies. And figures itself out. You up here first. Apply effect. Remove effect. Decrement effect. Apply effect. Return. Apply. Remove effect. Decrement effect. Apply effect. That's that. Let's assume at this level that the manager has vetted this. Just thinking about flow of operation, sort of. Should we apply these synchronously? I think so. But in the case of something like Like if you apply an effect on a hit, all that should be going through the character manager too, so it should be fine. So it does one and then the other. So yeah, let's make sure that the character manager vets this. Which actually might mean that we pull character manager reference out of character, which I'm perfectly okay with. Aside from the fact it's going to break my logging, but we can add a log reference instead to the character. Or we could also just have them spin up their own log instance, I suppose, and hold that. And then we wouldn't need to be so careful about logging the character ID because the log instance would hold it. If we gave it that name, which I would really like actually. So let's work under that assumption, and I'm actually going to make myself a note that on the server character manager, see if we can remove the reference to the character manager if we to the character manager within each character if we assume that the character manager fly is responsible for applying the effects. Get out of here. That scoot you up. Oop, that's not it. Probably want to do that sooner rather than later. Like as we're chewing our way through this, the rework of the basic character placeholder code. That. Okay, so that'll probably require this to come inside, or actually to go live in the character manager. No, it'll be internal. Is what it will be. Right now, it's just tests that use it pretty much, so it should be easy to refactor. Okay. So this is really all that needs to come in. So we don't even need to pull that out into one of these guys. We just need to say you're handled if we can type assert you to being won't be config manager though. I don't know if I got him or not. I don't think I did. Dang it. It won't be config manager, it'll be an effect, which is in effect map. Maybe it's in status. Status effect. There we go. Pretty sure I didn't get that little jerk. I think he's still buzzing around. It's not okay. Must be one of these instead. That. Res and nil. Otherwise, apply the effect. Ooh, we need a count. Crap. How do we want to put that in there? Could put a struct in here that's exported. I don't know. I don't think I can just do that like that. It would have to be. Yeah, I can't do that. I need to have a defined type. I can't do an was that it? Was that my one line and confusing? Maybe. Let's find out. Seems to think it would work. It's really loosey goosey though. I would rather have that be a defined type. That way everybody can agree on them, right? We have these already. effect application. And then I gotta actually just do that. No, I don't want to wrap it. And then that. We could make this take that thing as well. It shouldn't be application though, because we could actually use you. We could use you here and decrement by more than one. Missed him again. Dang it. To do this take. Call you an effect modifier, maybe? You can just take an effect because you remove completely. Do that. Do that here in a second. After we finish this and do a commit. And we'll fix up our test for this too first, and then we'll come dive into here. We'll tweak that. It'll be all right. We do that in that case. Okay. We need to wire that up to the apply status effect. That's all fine. This actually doesn't get... This will get logged inside of there. This has no default. So we just end up doing... Fill the fields. This is apply effect. This is an effect modifier. Status effect. Like so. Like so. Oh. Character first, then the event. And then... Yeah, we're just going to log... This will take care of logging unhandled event types. Apply status effect. And whatever validates this is going to be responsible for logging. So that's fine. We do that. And there's nothing. Handle is set to true. We already put the triggered event in there. No errors, no results. Good. Perfect. We check that, right? Return result. No, we don't. We don't care. So it's just, it comes back as nil. It's fine. We're dropping it anyway. Everything happy there. This looks almost exactly the same for decrement effect, because we're going to use an effect modifier. We need to fix that though. And then this is decrement status effect. Oh, this does return an error. You don't take account yet. Right, that's right. Why do you return an error? You don't right now, unless there's no effect. I don't know that that matters. We don't return an error for applying. Why would we return an error for removing or decrementing? Double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm okay with that just silently failing to do anything. Like, the state described has been achieved, right? If I tell you to cure bleeding and you're not bleeding, you are still not bleeding. But we can still do that. That's fine. I don't care. We'll take it out in a second, and then we'll fix it. And this will also look similar, but not quite the same for remove effects. Still true. This, however, is an effect now. There's no count. We don't care about that. This is remove status effect. Effect. Just like that. Let's fold these all up real quick. And then apply status effect, handle event. Remove status effect. We're again going to add a to-do here real quick. This looks exactly the same for decrement. You don't take account yet. It's still fine. leave ourselves a to-do. This will look really similar. This is just going to be an effect, though, which we don't even need to do because we have that, like so. Okay. Think, aside from these guys that need to be collapsed, I think that's all we need to do. Leave myself a note. That needs to go in there. That's still in there. Okay, so let's go fix this up. And once we get everything tidied up, this is just modified value. We don't need that. Does this still make sense? Yeah, that's fine. We're just using that for convenience to not set up. We unstow you. We make the modifier. Yeah, okay. That's all well and good. Invalid attribute. This should be... This is still just modified value. We just checked that it's 0. Same here. Expected score is that plus the modifier. Perfect. Get skill score. Because so we have a result type now. Maybe I should rename that for the sake of being better about easier, harder to shadow. Call you event results. And then you just ignore the strings. Hopefully it doesn't break everything, but if it does, we'll fix it. In fact, it will break everything. That's okay. This invalid base attribute. This should still be 0, I think. Unless I'm misremembering. Modifier to modifier, so that goes away. Wait, no. Expected score is the test skills value. Flies. think. If it's wrong, we'll revisit. Skill check. Only modified value. Okay. Run that. Okay, remove. That's over here in... That's in character test. It's because... Should have an empty list, but have that instead. Let's take a look here. We applied one. We removed. Did we break character? Remove. Oh. Silly copy paste errors. That's all right. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay. Load character is wrong. That might well be because we just didn't tie everything up together real quick here. Let's tidy this up. You were... It's because you have a state, I bet. Yeah. Expected character. Create character, unstow character. The things that are very specific that get created as part of unstowing you. Just load character. Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of janky, but we're testing mostly that all the other things get loaded correctly. Things that are created on the on the fly, right? Where the status manager is created when you create the character. We just have to set you. There's no way to test it. I guess we could say not nil, but then we lose our deep equal, which becomes harder to test, right? At some point, that should probably get refactored to where we do that when the unique things become more numerous than the fields that we know what they should be. But today's not the day. Okay. Let's double check here. We need to test character manager test because that's all the same package. That's good. I don't have a terminal open for some reason. Thought I did. I must have closed it. But we'll run tests here real quick. I should have disabled cache by saying count is 1. Just to make sure there's no other fallout just yet. Okay, and I'm also going to run with the race flag just to make sure that GoTest doesn't spot any races. Shouldn't. Ooh, we do have one or more. Listen for events. Previous write. Read. And listen for events. Game manager go 211 and 95. You're locked, though. We mutex you. We read and listen for events. Put your lock. Run action queue. You're locked. For the whole thing. And this is in 44, 145. This is in test. Game manager go 95. That should be creation. Wrong place. Yeah. But 145 is in 516. Test is test line 516. Game manager test. New manager. We lock you here too when we check. 0, we unlock and break. Ah, this is wonky. That's why. So it's a timeout waiting to be moved. We're checking for if a character gets moved correctly. This should be a funk. So that we can do actions lock and then defer the unlock. Actually, we would need to do Can I do this? Ooh, not in here. Okay, that's probably why I didn't do this before. Hello, hello. Sorry for tuning in so late. How are y'all? I mean, there's no problem with that. I'm alright. How's you, Jazz? How's all the things in the life of Jazz? How's your weekend been? Bet you that's why I didn't do it that way. Wonder why they didn't trigger before. Things are thinging, got a lot of stuff to do. Well, I hope it's good stuff and fun stuff and not being stuck at work forever stuff. Run that again, please. Is this that one that we had issues trying to reproduce? Unmind or unstow character creation. You know me by now. Jazz, you gotta stop that. You're gonna burn out and need another vacation to Spain. Okay, so it's intermittent. Hate intermittent things. $144. 144 reads it. 144 is the new manager. Right. Previous write by 145. Just game manager go 96. Which is the run. Runs action queue. New account database. Just new manager. Do we read that somewhere? In the stacky stack here? We use dbconfig, which is that, and the log, which is that. So we would need to it happens in the run. But run shouldn't be doing anything with the database. Run action queue 248. Actions equals new actions. Oh. We lock the new actions and we defer the unlock. This is already locked. We don't even use new actions anymore. What are you even doing with that? Let's run that. That's left over from when we were thinking about like letting things queue up follow-ups. But we're just going to use the message bus now. Okay, so it didn't fail that time. Let's run it a couple times because it's intermittent, which is infuriating. But I'm also really confused as to why it thinks it's a race. Wonder if it's because it was swapping so that actions was a different thing. Might be part of it. What we could do to try to tidy this up so it's a little less jank. We defer the unlock. We still do this check. Should break. Oh, we can't do that. It's a closure, so. Or not closure. Yeah, closure. Because it has access to its outer bits and pieces. Should break is false. True. Return. Otherwise, that's fine. And then here, instead of that, should break. We break. How about that? How you like damn apples? Go test. We'll run you a couple times just because I'm paranoid now. Okay. We'll keep that card on the board to continue chasing as we keep going. You know, it may come back, it may not. I hope we fix it this time. I remember that I couldn't get it to reproduce before either. So, kind of a obnoxious mess. But it be what it be. Okay, so if that's all done, double check the status. Bunch of changes in character, a little bit of game manager, which we just did. Git commit, implement, first pass at state machine for character, wire up the character public methods to the event, to the state machine. Push that up. And then we can do some more break-in stuff. Let's go ahead and take care of our to-dos really quick. We'll just kind of detour to to-do land over here. In the status stuff, let's have you take an effect modifier. Instead, that's capital now because it's exported. It's public. Like so. That. That's that. This is going to break tests. Let's get rid of this stuff really quick. We'll open things up again as we need them, but right now I value a tidier workspace. Like so. Okay. That breaks all of these. That's fine. Test modifier, apply status effect. Why do you break that? Ah, right, do. Okay. This is now effect modifier. This is the effect. Like so. Is the state machine working? We don't know yet. We've got it scaffolded in. Why are you unhappy? Oh. That was extra. That's why. That. Count is 1 here. That. Let's account for you. You were 2. That's correct. I got extra bracey brace. That taken care of. Ugh, I broke so many things. That's fine. Is there a way? I don't think there's a way to cleanly just regex replace this. That. Oop, modify your. There we go. Escape. There we go. Did we not? That's a problem. There we go. That's just 1. This one is also 1. Hello, Jake. Break outside. This one is 2. You 2, you're 1. We could do this, actually. This will help. If we do them all. This is all the stacking logic, so unfortunately requires a great deal of testing. There. Now I can 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. Another batch of Stecky test here. Probably could have left this, but it just seems silly to only use it in some cases. Two, one, one, two, one, one. Okay. Two, one, one, two. Perfect. Another batch. That. Two. One. Two. 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 Hopefully that's the last of those biggins. Two in this one, but yeah. That. This is one in both cases. Different target. One in both case. This is for stacking. So we only need the one. It is one. Just fire it off twice. There we go. And then the same deal, we just apply it twice. Okay. This one. Oh. go. Let's see here. Move status effect nil modifiable. Oh, because we have a couple things. Okay, I see. Am I missing? Ah. That will happen. There we go. Same deal there. Perfect. Couple more. I think it's 1 in both cases. Yes. Perfect. There we go. This one is 2. And then we decrement the effect, which will change here in a second, but that's fine. We'll come back through. Nope, I lied. Count 2. That, like so. Okay, so this should all pass now. No, it doesn't. Because applied status list, get the applied effects, test modifier, effect. That fixes it. Okay, we just need to go fix the comparisons real quick here. The modifier 0.effect. First modifier. And second modifier. Effect. Same here. Also here. I don't know why I did that backwards on that one. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's all the same. Long as the error makes sense to a human. Fact. Fact. Try that again now. See if I missed any along the way. No, we did not. Perfect. We'll run the full set just to be sure. With race. Ooh, nope, we got alive. Ah, yes, we need to go fix alive. Because this now just takes effect. Let's try that again. Perfect. Okay. Actually make sure that I took the to-do out. Replace. Apply. Use new effect modifier struct in the application status effects. We're going to take error out of here. Let's work down the list real quick. Take that out. This is just return. There's no value in this. That's going to break alive again. Just fine. It's also going to break tests. Take you out. Take those out. Done. Yeah, because it just directly modifies that. That breaks a couple things in here, but that's fine. It is just removal of code. I'm quite happy with. Same trick. Passing there. I'm going to keep this race test going just in case that one crops back up. All good there. We'll do a commit for that. First check status. Yes. Commit. Remove pointless error from. Which one were you? From remove status effect. You that also up here we're going to say Wait. This is the length of the statuses. Yeah, that's still 1. Stack count is greater than modifier count. That. Otherwise, we remove you, get rid of that error. We can still return there just as an easy, or an early exit rather. That, okay. That'll break a couple things, that's fine. Decrement. This isn't testing tick. This is testing decrement. I bet you. That I just renamed things and didn't rename the test. This only really needs, so it used to take an effect, right? Did. Only really drives off of the name. That's fine though. We just grab you. And then we don't have an error anymore. We only decremented 1 before, right? Yeah, because it was default. Actually just do a copy pasta here. And we can do a new test here. No count provided. The test behavior should be exactly the same though. We just want to make sure that we default to 1 because it makes no sense to call it with 0. Everything good there. Run our full battery. Oh, right. We need to go fix alive again. That's fine. Decrement. No more error. No more effect, out effect, just effect. We also have you in character. Applied statuses, decrement, status effect. Character go 393. Down here. Ah. This needs to be effect is you. Count is 1. And then there's no error. Because that is a normal tick operation. We want to do this before we do that, though. Theoretically. Go, perfect. Run one more of these. Perfect. Okay. Use effect modifier for removing one or more, or for decrementing, and effect stack count. Push that up. Okay, that tidies up that. So now we can go back to, we need to do a couple things here in the character manager, which have implications for character. Close these real quick. Our to-do list, we need to do these, but also pull these internal so that only the manager can run them. Notify probably lives in async land, but we still do need to run it through the state. That should be fine. Shouldn't matter. We might have to lock state while we're in here if we're going to allow that. If notify runs through state, because, well, is there any case where we don't want to be able to notify? We'll have to think about that a little bit. Yeah. Because notify should go through state. Notify isn't just the concept of sending data to the client. Notify is actually notifying of a string that gets put into the notification machinery. So these should guard things that you shouldn't be aware of in the state you're in. So like if you're deaf, you shouldn't hear things, which we don't have any machinery for, but just like as a quick example. And actually, I think a lot of this may need to get replaced with a different concept of a thing. Like maybe we should just let, maybe we should just like subscribe you to our room events channel whenever you're in a room and run that through there. But that would still need to run through state, right? So we'll kind of go incrementally as we go, but that will take us to 4 o'clock. Normally I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, then show up like right now, but 4 hours ago. Wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing more of this. And I'd love to see you again. Thank you for everybody who came and hung out and chatted. It was a great time. We made some pretty good progress. I'd love to see you all again as well too. And if not, have a great rest of your weekend, and maybe we'll see